Hello, 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 and I didn't turn the music on. Probably better music than having me sing. I could sing for you, but we'll turn on Pretzel Rocks. There we go. Now we have music. And text the husband and let him know I'm on. Okie dokie. So, I'm going to wait for some people to get here before I actually start doing anything. Figure out where the microphone. Oh man, my tea. Hang on, I'll be here right back. Alrighty, thank you for waiting. That was almost a tragedy. My tea was brewing, and I forgot about it while I was doing other stuff getting ready. So, I have no idea who's here. It says 2 viewers, and my users just list a known bot, so I'm not going to start yet. I'll just talk to myself. There's Honey Bunny. Hi, Honey Bunny. And okay. Alrighty. Well, I'll just go ahead and start, and then I'll have to tell the rest of them when they get here. Here is the yarn that we spun last night. You see the sparkles. And there is, now I forgot how my, let's see. There is I can't remember how many yards there are. I measured it. I do remember there's enough for a pair of mitts, fingerless mitts. So we could do that. I don't think there's enough for a hat unless I blend and spin some more. So we'll do that. And then get back up there. I was given some yarn for donation knitting, and someone picked this up obviously at Goodwill, and these are Yarn Bee, which is according to the label, it's a Hobby Lobby brand, and I looked it up. It's discontinued. It's fuzzy and it's very soft, but it's soft in the way that like microfiber is soft, not like a natural fiber would be soft. But I thought it'd be good for hats, for kids' hats, or maybe grown-up hats. So we'll see. But I wanted to get opinions whether I should start with blue or start with green. And y'all aren't here yet, and I know where you are. You should be here in a little bit. So we'll do that. I wonder if there's something else I could work on until y'all get here. Oh, I could. I could work on this dishcloth for a minute. So, okay, well, I'll knit on this dishcloth until people get here, and then we can talk some more about the donation knitting. I have to see where I am. One. Oh, and you know what? I just thought of something. Okay. Okay, we're gonna work on this washcloth. Hello, hello. I'm gonna work on this washcloth for a little bit until some more people get here, and then we can talk about some other stuff. So this is a cotton washcloth, face cloth, spa cloth, whatever you want to call it. It's more loosely knit than a dishcloth would be. And I'm working on a set of them that are a belated, oh, I need to put chat back there, a belated birthday present that didn't get completed in time because the yarn didn't arrive in time. It is, the yarn is a cotton yarn called Dishy from Knit Picks. And I'm liking it very much more than, excuse me, than, you know, the typical peaches and cream or sugar and cream that people usually use. Feels like a sturdier yarn. And my understanding is that a ball of it will do 2 dishcloths, whereas I think a ball of sugar and cream or peaches and cream usually will do like 1.5 dishcloths. So I think it's a little thinner, but it also is smoother. So we'll see. It now this white one seems a little looser than the other ones. The other colors I've done don't seem to have quite as much airspace, shall we say. Hello, viewers. How is everybody tonight? So I will be tonight working on, had someone donated some yarn for charity knitting, so I am going to start on some hats. I have 3 or 4 of the blue and 2 of the green, and I thought they'd be good for hats. It's not a yarn I typically work with, but it feels nice and fluffy. It's all synthetic. But anyway, I wanted to wait and talk about that in detail when more of my regulars get here. So in the meantime, I'm working on a dishcloth for a set of dishcloths that are intended as a birthday gift. 1 more row in the pattern. So if you have any questions, jump in and ask. Yeah, apparently I'm kind of quiet tonight. So, I don't know, what should we talk about? The weather has cooled off a little bit again. We've not needed to have the furnace on, which I'm happy about. Okay, now we're on the 2 garter stitch rows. It's 4 rows of knit 2, purl 2, rib, followed by 2 rows of garter. And another row of garter. Hello, hello! How are you, mate on the hook? I have some plans tonight, but I was waiting for some more people to come in. So I'm working on a washcloth in the meantime. Working on a dolphin. Cool. I can't wait to see a dolphin. Yeah, that's what I figured. I saw she was still streaming. So I just thought I'd wait a little while and we'll just work on, I gotta get these dishcloths done anyway. So I'll work on that for a few minutes until more people come in. And so far, for some reason, I seem to be kind of quiet tonight. Thank you for the follow, Laura Lopez. Thank you very much. Follows are always appreciated. So I spent much of the afternoon um, talking to my sisters in Michigan, and they are just a couple of miles from all the water. I don't remember where you are, Made on the Hook. My family is almost all in Michigan, and they had massive amounts of rain recently because there was a very slow moving storm passing over them and just dumping water. And two dams in the lower peninsula, in the central part of the lower peninsula, failed. And both of those dams had lakes, that were basically the backwaters of the dams. And when the dams failed, that water went wherever it could. And a large part of central lower Michigan is underwater right now. And yesterday I had heard something like 10,000 people had been evacuated, but more people are being evacuated today as they've had dikes failing, and as the waters from this one particular river, where both of the dams that failed were located, as those waters have spread, it's like this network it's a valley, sort of scooped out by the glaciers during the last ice age, and and I wouldn't say prone to flooding, but rainwater can stand on the ground. It's not unusual, and the rivers there all feed into each other, and it's not flooding, or rivers cresting their banks is not that uncommon, but this is horrific, and I haven't heard about any loss of life. So at least there's that. It seems like if there was, I would have heard something, having family in the area. But as the waters from, the original river go everywhere, then they're, going into other rivers that are then flooding, and then going into other rivers which flooding. And the river closest to where most of my family is still pretty much still okay. But people about 3 miles from where my mom lives and one of my sisters were being evacuated this afternoon. And so they're just waiting to see, if they get a call. So that was, I didn't get much done this afternoon because, I spent the whole time talking to them. A little stressful. I'm used to, we get floods where I am, but it's different because it's hilly here, and and here it's more of a flash flood sort of thing, not dam failure sort of thing. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. But it's weird. My sisters both seem kind of nonchalant about it. I guess because they're used to water there. And I mean, they live in an area where your house has to have a sump pump. Everybody has a sump pump. That's just the way it is. And so there's always the risk of water. But yeah, this was catastrophic. And I was watching people from my home area on Facebook today were posting videos. So I was watching drone videos of the first one I saw was drone videos of Midland, Michigan, which is the home of Dow Chemical, which kind of scares me. All this flooding, all these chemical plants. But it's the town where I student taught. So it was very weird, watching the drone flying over areas I'm familiar with that are way underwater. And my sister said that on the Tittabawassee River, which is the river where the dam failures occurred, that all of the bridges, and this is a long, long river, all of the bridges are either washed out or closed. So that's going to cause some difficulty even once the water recedes, for transportation. So anyway, that was my afternoon. I said to my husband, it's like 2020 just like every third day is saying, here, hold my beer. It's like, what the hell? Exactly. Where's the restart button? Okay, well, so there are a few more people here. So at least one of whom is chatting. So I'm going to talk about. So, I was doing that all afternoon and didn't spend any time getting any more fiber ready to spin. But someone gave me some yarn, and I think I have, and this, yarn that's meant for charity knitting. So this one, I think I have either 3 or 4 of the blue and 2 of the green. It is Yarn Bee Soft Delight. It's a Hobby Lobby yarn, and I do know that some people take issue with Hobby Lobby. There's not one particularly near me, so I don't, I haven't ever really shopped there. I think I've been in one a couple of times. But it is, I had to look it up because I don't know if it's just because I so desperately need new glasses or if it's not on the label, but I couldn't find any information about the fiber content. So I looked on Ravelry, and it is acrylic, polyester, and nylon, and it feels like it's soft, but it's soft in the way that microfiber is soft, where some people are like, ooh, so soft, and other people are like, oh, that feels so weird. I'm somewhere in between. I'm like, oh yeah, that's soft, but oh yeah, that kind of feels weird. But this particular yarn is not deleted. What's the word? I'm having so much trouble with words lately. Discontinued. You have 2 minutes from where you are at your home away from home. Recall. No, discontinued is the word I needed. So I thought maybe we could work on some kid hats and see if she got it at Goodwill for 99 cents. So, and this, I knit a bunch of blue hats. When was that? When they were asking for blue hats against bullying. And we had these little things, so we had to sew on them, and they were going to be given out to kids to wear to school and stuff. This would have been, I could have used this, the blue. But anyway, these will be nice, soft kid hats. And if I get tired of knitting kid hats and still have some left, I will maybe knit an adult hat. Yeah, discontinued. Can't buy it anymore unless you find it at Goodwill for 99 cents. So, should I start with blue or should I start with green? We have Joann's and Michael's about 10 minutes away. And there used to be a place called Pat Catan's that was maybe half an hour away. But it was like in a direction I never had any reason to go. So I never went there, but I think they closed. And they were sort of a Michael's sort of a kind of place. And I think there's a Hobby Lobby like 45 minutes or an hour away. But I don't often get down in that direction either. So Joann's and Michael's, and the internet. And my local yarn shop for local yarn shop sorts of things. Okay, so do you really want green or are you just being contrary? So okay. Well, since I've seen that you like to pick on her. Green bow. Okay, we need a tiebreaker, you guys. Oh, and we got tentative good news. The it's your dad, by the way. We got tentative good. Well, I knew that it was someone in your life. We got tentative good news today. The person who is our possible vector for the virus has not gotten her test results back yet, but the person at her place of employment who had a positive test was given a second test which has been negative. So I say tentative because, okay, which one of those tests is correct? One was the blood stick finger poke thing, and the other was the nasal swab. The second was the nasal swab. My understanding is the nasal swab is more accurate, but they both have both false positives and false negatives. So we're hoping for the best, and we're waiting for her test to come back to see what happens. I don't know. I don't know if, but see, wouldn't they, if a person is coming into a residential treatment facility, wouldn't you expect that they'd be tested coming in? And if she'd had it previously, wouldn't she have had antibodies at that point? So I don't know. There's still a lot of questions that haven't been answered. And I think that my friend is still too freaked out to be able to really ask the questions that need to be asked. But she did have a test, and she's waiting for the results. So hopefully we will know soon. See, I don't know how long it's going to take. That for the client, the test results, they were told 2 or 3 days. The employer wouldn't or couldn't test the employees, and they had to get a prescription and seek their own test. So I don't know how long it'll be for those results. So, well, the reason that she was tested, the resident, was because she was complaining of a sore throat. And I don't know if there were any other symptoms than that. And her 2 roommates were apparently tested at that point and tested negative with the finger poke. So anyway, and in the meantime, my allergies are kicking my ass and moving into my lungs. I feel like I'm getting bronchitis. I have this, my voice is rough. My chest feels heavy. I feel like I'm getting bronchitis, and then today I'm having gastrointestinal distress, all of which are also symptoms of the virus. But the gastrointestinal distress is likely either something I ate or stress, because there might be a little bit of that in my life right now. And we are having a horrific allergy season this year. And, so it's hard to know, are these my typical allergy symptoms? And the bronchitis is not atypical for me either. I used to always get bronchitis at least once a year, and then I'd carry around the cough for 6 months. But what's the theory about viruses are not real? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I haven't had bronchitis in the length of time that I've been going to acupuncture. So I haven't had acupuncture in, what is it now, 2.5 going on 3 months. So it's possible it's likely that that's all this is. But with everything, going on, we can't afford to, I can't afford to jump to that conclusion and potentially expose other people. The other thing that I had a conversation with somebody about today is that in my little town, we have, most little towns have a festival of some sort. We have early in November, we have a German Christmas market that's based on the Christmas markets in small villages in Germany. Well, and in big cities too, but German Christmas markets in Germany. It's based very much on that sort of a thing. And it draws about 5,000 people every year. And there has been some question about whether that might end up being canceled, even though, it's not until December, it's that far away. Someone today told me that she was talking to someone from the museum, which is the museum sponsors and puts it on and everything, that even if we are in the green phase by then, the green phase limits events to 100 or fewer people. So I'm not holding my breath. Exosomes. That sounds like a biology word, but I don't know what it means. I mean, sounds like something that has come across and I've come across in my reading, but I don't recall what it is. So are you saying that this is something different from what we typically think of as a virus? Okay, and so what if we used both colors? What if I do a garter stitch brim in the green and then the rest of the hat in the blue? Or maybe stripes. Does that seem like that would work? Or do we have to wait for a tiebreaker? Yeah, but I wanted my peeps to decide. I am cool either way, or any which way. And we're up to 6 people. Any more votes? I don't see any more of the regulars in chat yet. Well, you know what? If I just go ahead and get started, and since, they're kid hats, I might be able to do one of each. So let's start with the blue. And then we'll move on to the green. And by the way, I don't think you were here. Here's last night's yarn. It hasn't had a bath yet. But that's what it looks like in the skein. I am very pleased. And I think I measured it, and I don't remember how many yards it was. But I'm pretty sure it's enough for a pair of fingerless mitts. Okay, like I've said before, all of my hats are multiples of 8 stitches. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that lets me just do a variety of sizes easily. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Globulus says, I'll have to look it up because Monster won't let him look nothing up in her Twitches because she's bossy. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, rats, was that 2? I think that was 2. Yep. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I expect this is one of those yarns that I hope I don't have to rip out, because you know how the hairy ones cling to themselves. She works too much and hardly sleeps. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm doing the same thing these days. But the not sleeping is not for lack of trying. I'm gonna wish I had a yarn bowl for this one. And I know I could have fished the center out and pulled from the center, but I hate when you get about halfway done and then they start collapsing on themselves and tangling. Drives me crazy. I wonder if those shorter needles would work. There's fewer stitches than I was trying to force onto them the last time. How is my camera is on a gooseneck, sort of a camera holder, clamped onto the edge of a tray table that I am knitting over. It is not ideal. When I ordered the gooseneck thingy online, and as frequently as I tell people, read the measurements before you order something, apparently I didn't read the measurements, or I wasn't envisioning it accurately, because it is much shorter than I expected. So by the time I bend it to get it to aim down, it's like these needles are long and I feel like I'm poking you in the eye. My microphone is on one of those like bendy scissor sort of things. I need to get one of those for the camera. Okay, let's see if I can fish those. There's 1, 2, 3, and do we have a 4? Do I see? Oh, there it is. 4. Okay, we're gonna try these. See if those will. Hey, I wasn't paying any attention and I didn't see the raid come in. Welcome, raiders. Thanks for the raid. Hey, Ashley. I'd ask you how your stream went, but I was there for much of it. Hi, everybody. Jane Wayne, are you talking to me or to Ashley? Only just now got your sound. You were way behind it. You know, that happens. That happens to me a lot. I'll be in somebody's stream and I realize that I'm way behind. Hello. She was talking about rating and then it cut her off and we were here. Well, you know what? Last night when I rated someone and it was like nothing happened. I'm like, did we actually raid her? And I had to manually go to her stream and then I could see that all of the people who had been here were there. But I didn't see any of the raid stuff happen, so I don't know if she doesn't have it on her notifications or if my thing just didn't behave like it normally does. Fiber Mage is going to eat a warm cookie carefully, and then she thinks she's going to go to bed. Well, thanks for stopping in, Fiber Mage. Enjoy your cookie. Uh-oh. What'd I do? I'm supposed to be purling this road. Doggone it. And so have a good night, and we'll see ya. And Ashley didn't think anybody was still in. Thank you, Made on the Hook. Yep, I got some donated yarn that's intended for donated knitting, so we're gonna work on, because I spent all afternoon. Now, see, people who are already here get to hear this again. I spent all afternoon talking to my sisters in Michigan about the flooding there, rather than getting some fiber prepped to do some more spinning. But here's last night's yarn for any of you who were here. It sparkles so nicely. Okay, and Ashley's also going to log off for the night. Need to attempt to fix her sleep schedule by giving herself more time between screen time and sleep time. That's probably a good idea. I will miss you, but I certainly understand. I'm going to be a mess when I have to go back to work. And I keep trying. You know, it's like I get off of Twitch. You know, I get off of my stream, and then I watch a little bit of other people streaming, and then I read a little bit, and then I go, and I'm all tired and everything, and I go to bed, and then I toss and turn for 3 or 4 more hours. We love you too, Ashley. Have a good night. And we love you too, Fiber Mage. Hope everybody has good nights. So yeah, my sisters are about through, well, last I talked to them a little earlier this evening, both of my sisters and my mom were about 3 miles from the most recently being evacuated area. And if any of you haven't heard about it, a day or two ago, due to a slow moving storm dropping massive amounts of rain on lower central Michigan, 2 dams failed. The lakes that were created by the building of those dams are now empty, and the water went wherever it could. And they have since had additional dikes failing. Yesterday, at some point, I had heard that about 10,000 people had been evacuated, and then they've had to continue to evacuate more people today. It's pretty bad. Made on the Hook has 4,335 fluffs. I should look back through my settings and make a list of how you can earn additional fluffs, because it's like you get fluffs just for watching. You get more fluffs if you participate in chat. You get more fluffs if you additional fluffs from following, additional fluffs from subscribing. But I don't remember the details. Yep. Well, the fluffs are loyalty points that are set up through Streamlabs or Stream Elements. If a streamer is using one of those, and I'm using Streamlabs, the little things down at the bottom of your chat window on the bottom left corner, the channel points, those are through Twitch. And if you click on that, a thing will pop up and it'll show you what you can spend it on. And those are things that are just basic to Twitch. I think you can highlight your message, or do you require my attention? No, thank you. I ate already, thanks. You can change the color of your message. You can unlock an emote. There are, a variety of things listed there. The loyalty points through my chat bot. What the heck is it called? Can't think of it. CloudBot, that's it. The loyalty points through CloudBot. I set up how fast they accumulate, and then I also set up things that you can spend them on. And you can see, and I'm still working on this, and I don't have this all set up, but let me type a URL. I think that will take you to, if I did that correctly, that'll take you to a page. Now, how come some of it's linked and some of it's not? Well, doggone it. Well, I guess you could type that in, and that should take you to. Oh, I forgot the dot. Okay. No, I didn't forget it. My keyboard is not liking the period key lately. Try it again. Try that, and if I did it right, it should take you to a page that'll show what you can spend your fluffs on. And so far, it's just the 2 charity items. that I don't really have yarn choices yet for you to choose from. Um, Although I suppose you could say, hey, I want you to make an adult hat out of one of those balls of that fuzzy stuff. Um, and below that, it shows a list of commands that you can use in my chat. I think. I didn't look too closely at that, but that's what it looked like. Okay, so did anybody try it? Did it work? And have I really been on an hour already? What the heck? And it seems dark in here tonight. I guess it looks bright enough. It feels dark to my eyes, if that makes sense. But it looks bright enough on camera. So I think that you can... Hey, thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Maid on the Hook. Thank you so much for that donation. I think that, but if you're on that page, you can, did that take you to the right page? I lost my train of thought. I got all distracted by the tip. Thank you. If I gave you the right link, I think you can redeem points for those 2 redemptions. But you can also redeem them in chat. Let me take a look. Okay, so it's not store. Let me try. It just keeps taking me back to that same. See, I was playing with it yesterday and I thought I had it all figured out. Okay, well, in the meantime, until I figure out what that link should be, you can redeem, like, say, if you want, once I have yarn colors for you to choose from, if you want to redeem, I think it was 2,000 fluffs to choose the color for a pair of kids' mittens to be donated, and 2,500 to choose the color for an adult hat to be donated. And so you would type, "Hi, Birding Mom." You would type !, redeem, and then either mittens or hat. But don't try it unless you actually want to redeem it, because it'll delete those from your fluffs. And then eventually there will be additional things. And, you know, some of them will probably be charity items, and then some of them might be things that come to you, like maybe percentage off code for my website or various things like that. So I don't know why. Let me see. Let me try. Because I had it figured out yesterday or the day before. Nope, it doesn't tell me on that page, so. Alrighty, I'll go back and I'll figure that out when I'm off stream. So I got my hands on some donated yarn for donated stuff, so we're working on kid hats tonight. I had several skeins of the blue and 2 skeins of the green. It's hard to see what row I'm on, which is why smooth yarn is usually recommended for stitch patterns. I'm just doing garter and I'm like, I don't know what row I'm on. Because, you know, when you do garter in the round, you have to knit 1 row and purl 1 row. So made on the hook. I'll figure it out. And I'll get back to you. And maybe I'll post it in Discord. Because then I won't write it down on a piece of paper and lose it. Yeah, boy, I wish these needles were. I wish the other ones were a little shorter, and I wish these ones were a little longer. Talking about points is making you think of ideas and something you think would be fun and funny, but not really related to fiber arts. What if we could redeem points to watch you doodle something with your eyes closed on stream? Like you'd tell me what you wanted me to doodle? I'll put that on the possibility list. And Birding Mom put the Stash and Dash link in Discord in general. I saw that. Thank you very much. I haven't watched the video yet, but I have it open on my browser. And I will plan to watch it after stream. And Made on the Hook says she and her sisters would do that kind of stuff all the time. You know, I've seen streamers have a lot of silly things for point redemptions. Carbon Chic, who sews sews dresses, mostly like uh, vintage 50s style patterns. Um, has a redemption where you spend points for her to eat a pickle. And she said she thought it was hilarious at first, but now she's kind of getting tired of pickles. And I've seen people have a redemption where, you redeem points and they'll wear a silly hat for 20 minutes or something. But I don't know if I really want. I don't know. I mean, I think I want the stream to be more about fiber arts and not about, me being silly completely. But we'll see. We'll see what other people think. Yeah, yep. People do stuff like that all the time. You can feed treats to the dog or make them to get the cat. Well, good luck getting my cat. I don't even know where she is half the time. And she gets really cranky if you try to pick her up when she doesn't want to be picked up because she's, she's cranky. Boy, these rows go by fast. I'm used to knitting those ginormous, I almost said ginormous human hats. Used to knitting those ginormous adult size hats. Okay, we're back on a purl. Oh, but getting back to Globulus had asked how I have the camera perched, and basically, it's on a camera holder thingy that clamps on the table. There are other. I would recommend the scissor hingy kind as opposed to the gooseneck kind, because my gooseneck one is shorter than I would have hoped and not as bendy as I would have hoped. It's very, very stiff. And some people use a tripod. And if my table was bigger and I had room to stand the tripod up here, that would be an option. I tried just leaning the tripod against the table the very first time that I was knitting on stream, but it was very precarious and I didn't trust it to not fall down. But there are lots of gizmos that'll clamp on the edge of the table, and I think a lot of people do that, or they have some sort of a boom that like you would use for a boom mic that you can attach the camera to, and I think that would work pretty well too if you had a stationary location. If you want to stream yourself and you're going to sit on the couch and knit or crochet or whatever, having a tripod that you can position and aim at what you're working on might be the best. If you're going to be knitting or whatever over a table, then I'd go for, some sort of setup that clamps on the table. If all of that makes sense. Just based on my limited experience over the last several months doing this, because I'm kind of still a noob. So, how the heck is everybody today? Made on the Hook had a really good day. That's good. We need all the good days we can get. Whoops. I gotta unknit this row. Good thing they're short. Birding Mom's Day was good. Awesome. Anybody else? All right, that's better. I wonder if I have... Whoops. Oh, I'm knocking everything off of the other table. There should be one more, because I'm pretty sure that is a set of 5. But they're short and hard to find in my little needle can here. Huh, I think that's... Are there more? Oh, nope, that one's a 6. Come on, more 7s. Is that a 7? I wish I had one of those little things with the holes that you push your needles through to find out what size they are. I used to have some of those. Okay, those don't match. What about that one? That one matches. Ha! We'll use these. These are just the in-between size I wanted. Are you helping? Husband helping. We'll see you get back. Fuzzy yarn. Yes, these are hats. This is yarn that was donated. It is the stickers, the price tags said Goodwill 99 cents. And it is acrylic, polyester, and nylon. And it was donated for charity knitting. So I'm going to work on some kid hats. And for the Bambini size, these little darker needles would work well, but we're gonna I'm going to use these little bit longer ones. I am so glad I found those. I thought for sure I had. Oh, is that a 7 or I don't know if that's a 7 or an 8, and I can't. Maybe my phone magnifier will read it. But you know what? It's a charity hat. It doesn't have to be any particular size. It probably doesn't matter. Although I do have a magnifier on my phone. Let's see if I can. Need more light. Sorry, blinding you guys. Somewhere. $5mm. That's a size 8, isn't it? Oh well. We're going to say that's close enough because it doesn't have to fit any particular person. And I think these labels actually did recommend size 8. An amazing lack of information on there. Recommended US size 8. Yep. Okay, so we're good. Oh crap, my computer says I have low disk space. It's like, you know, I have to go in every several days onto my C drive, and in my users there is a My Videos folder with nothing in it, but Streamlabs or Twitch or somebody insist on putting some sort of .flv files in there, and we're going to delete them. Apparently I can't delete the one that's in use. That makes sense. Okay. Now hopefully the disk will have enough space on it. So yeah, so I've got, now see, I keep distracting myself. I don't know if I said. I've got the blue and I got the green. I've got 2 skeins of the green and I think 3 maybe 4 of the blue. So, and I thought they'd make very nice kid hats. Although they'd probably make very nice adult hats too. Maybe I'll make an adult hat. Well, hello, Sarah Dawn Designs. I think I've been to your stream. Thank you for following. I am Snoring Cat Fiber Arts. I'm a mostly full-time fiber artist, and I weave, spin, knit, sew, tat, and many other fibery things. On stream mostly I have been spinning and knitting, and tonight I'm knitting some hats, working on hats to be donated because I was given some yarn for just that purpose. And so I've been doinking around trying to figure out which needles I want to use. I had these ginormo long ones, but I kept feeling like I was poking you guys in the eye, you know, like that. And it's fuzzy and it's soft. But it's fuzzy enough that I'm doing sort of a garter stitch brim, and I can't see if I'm on a knit row or a purl row. Round, I should say. A knit round or a purl round. Okay, what did I just do? That was knit. So I'm still knitting. And it's also one of those yarns that doesn't want to unknit very well. You know, like have you ever tried to unknit fuzzy yarn, like mohair or something, and it all sticks to itself? You know, I know the difference. I just, have a tendency to say row when I know it's a round. Because almost everything I knit is in the round because I hate sewing flat pieces together at the end. Okay, that little bit of extra length on the needles is much more comfortable. See, these are just, I love these like driftwood needles, but these double points are just like, 3/4 to an inch too short for what I'm doing. I have too many stitches. And if I could have found the 5th needle, I could have probably made it work, but we'll use these. Because those other ones, typically I like really long double points, compared to, because I like the way they fit in my hand, but for knitting over the table and under the camera, they're just a little awkward. So we'll do this. I should have been 3/4 of the way done with this hap, I know. Doing a lot of goofing around tonight. the the 5th needle always seems to vanish, at least in your house. Blame it on the cat. I blame everything that's missing on the cat because she's been caught in the act way too many times. But seams are not a necessary evil if you knit in the round. I don't mind. I mean, I like sewing if it's, fabric and thread. I don't like sewing if it's seaming together knitted pieces. But they don't fit in your needle keepers. Well, I don't think I've ever used the needle keepers, but yes. You'd have to make some that are specifically for longer needles. You find some things need them for the structure. Sweaters do better with shoulder seams for you. Well, that makes sense. And not everybody looks good in a raglan. I think you have to have strong shoulders to look good in a raglan style sweater, and I don't have strong. Well, my shoulders may be strong, but they slope in a way that is not necessarily flattering with a raglan sweater. So yeah, I can see your point. Although I like the saddle shoulders that were very popular in the, when was that? Early 80s. Shetland wool sweaters with saddle shoulders were very popular. All of the fashionable, I was going to say yuppies, but they weren't yuppies. Preppies. All the fashionable preppies were wearing them when I was in college. Man, so this, it's because I wasn't supposed to use that needle. Doggone it. Okay. I have to go around again and I'll catch it the next time, if I'm paying attention. You don't mind mattress stitch, but ask you to hand sew or machine sew fabric and there will be cursing. I have recently found a new love of hand sewing, and it started when I started weaving dish towels and realized that I love to hem them by hand. And then for am having so much trouble with nouns lately. For garb for reenactment. So when I'm reproducing historic clothing, I like the what they call original practice, where you assemble it and stitch it in the same way it would have been done in the period. And I don't know that I want to make contemporary clothes and sew them by hand, though. Birding Mom says there are modified raglan shoulders that look like seam sweater. Cloudsley by Isabel Kramer, which you are currently knitting, has one. I'll have to look at that. That's an interesting premise. Hemming by hand. I find it to be very satisfying for some reason. You know, I figure if I went to all the trouble to weave the towel, then, you know, why would I want to machine stitch the hem? You have 3 skirts you have to mend on the hem, and you're procrastinating so much. Well, but see, now, to me, that's not hemming. That's mending, and mending and I are not friends. You know, my mending pile is very, very high, and some of the stuff on the bottom of it is very, very old. Yes, I'm very careful about what I call things because sometimes it's easier to make excuses if you have specific words. And sometimes it just makes more sense in my head. I like words. I've been having a heck of a time with them recently. So usually when I knit on stream, I usually knit with hand spun. But we've been working on some charity or donation. I know that I've been trying not to use the word charity knitting because I know some people don't like, I mean, you know, charity has like a connotation. So we knit items to be donated. At least that's the verbiage I'm using right now until somebody offers me some other opinion or explanation. It's just like a new button. It's good, but if you have to do any more than just sew on a new button, it tends to languish. Yeah, sewing on a new button on a new garment is very different from sewing on a button to replace one that is coming off or whatever. Okay, did I lose? Yes, I dropped. Dropped a stitch. Okay, so what was I doing? I was purling. So now on this round, I'll be knitting. You know, and I think that's what it is for me about mending too. I think I just find it boring. I like I don't know what it is, excitement isn't the right word, but something about the way it feels to make a new garment or a new item is very different from mending or repairing. And you think it's because you usually have to sew on more than one button? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Versus if you're mending, it's probably only one button and there's something exciting about raiding the button jar. Perhaps. You know, it occurs, now that you say that, it occurs to me that I don't know where the heck my button jar is. I have a lovely collection of old buttons. It's far more fulfilling to finish an item than to mend one, unless you're mending a garment you really love. Well, I can see that point too. Or reworking an item. You know, like if you're taking a beloved adult garment that's still in good shape, but, you know, so out of style you're never going to wear it again or whatever, and reworking, you know, using the fabric of it to make something for a child, or to make, you know, some other completely other kind of item. I have a dress pattern that, you know, I'm old enough that I don't care about fashion so much. I have a dress pattern I've been making dresses for myself with for 25 or more years. And I just make the dresses out of cotton, you know, quilters cotton or calicos or whatever. And they have a tendency that they wear out first in the underarm because of the way the seams are sewn. Because it's a very, very simple dress. It's very similar if you've ever seen it's either 1910 or 1920s 1 hour dress pattern, which everybody who makes it says it took me like 3 days to make that damn 1 hour dress. But it's similar to that. It's like the top is like a T, you know, there's no set in sleeve, and then there's a drop waist with a gathered skirt. And because of the way it's constructed, they wear out under the armpits first. But that leaves tons and tons and tons of fabric that's still fine. And I have enjoyed cutting them up for, you know, quilts and that sort of thing. Or, you know, I can even cut off the bottom and just make a skirt out of it because the skirt is still fine. And Sarah Dawn Design says, I was just in my button jar the other day for a pair of flip-top mittens, so you had the thrill of button hunt recently. Cool. But you find reworking to be such a chore. It's I think part of the reason it takes people so long is because you really do have to take all your measurements and draw up a pattern. And once you get to sewing it, you know, I don't think it takes that long. You know, if I make mine on the serger, and I don't put any facings in it. It originally had facings, a facing in the neck, and it just has a little, not even a scoop neck, just a little round neck. And you know what? I just serge the edge, fold it over, and then straight stitch it down. And I do the same thing with the hems on the sleeves and the skirt. I just serge it to bind the edge, and then I fold it up once and stitch it down. And it works fine for me. It's not gonna, you know, win any prizes at the fair, but it works fine for me. And I think that it takes me longer to cut it out than it does to sew it all together. Okay, we're back on Pearl. Did I? Let me see. I have to count stitches. I can't decide if I dropped a stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. This yarn is pretty, but I can't see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I may have lost 2 stitches in here. Where are you? Okay, there's one. No, that's not one. But this is one. Okay, let me look there again. That still looks, oh, yep, there it is. And yeah, I know it'd probably be easier to do that with a crochet hook, but then I'd have to stop and go fish the crochet hooks out of the jar. Okay, there we are. And what are we doing? Are we knitting? No, I think we're purling. Whew. Oh, and Sarah Dawn Design says, well, sadly, I must take my leave. It's after midnight here and should be in bed. But you saw someone you wasn't following on the team, Naughty by Nature, and wanted to at least say hi. Well, I'm glad you did. Most of the time when I see unfamiliar people on the team streaming, they're gaming. It's like, well, I want to see when you're crafting. Well, I'm glad you stopped in, and thank you very much for the follow. Okay, I think I am. Okay, we've got the needles working better, and appear to have picked up the dropped stitches. So I think we're on track now. Maybe we can. Like I said, I should have been able to do 2 of these kid hats in stream, but I have been just all over the place tonight. You wish you knew as much as I did about fiber arts. Well, I've got a few years on you. My recommendation is to get where I am, jump in all the rabbit holes. Anything you find that you're interested in, go learn whatever you're interested in about it. It's, ADHD. ADHD and a touch of Asperger's, and next thing you know, you've got tons and tons and tons of bits and bobs of things all in your brain. The trick is to be able to access them when you want them. What'd you say, honey? Yeah, I get obsessed about something. Will catch my interest and I'll get obsessed about it, and I have to learn everything I can. And then I learn everything I can, and then I go in a different direction. And eventually I come back around to things. But knitting, I've been knitting since, well, crocheting and knitting since I was probably 6. And knit a lot more than I crochet, but have basically done both of them my whole life. And I'm 60, so that's a long time. And then I started spinning and weaving when I was an undergraduate, and have spun the whole time. Weaving, I left for a while because I didn't have access to a loom or any place to put one, even if I could have afforded it. I came back to weaving probably about 10 years ago, and now I weave a lot. Punch needle seemed satisfying to do. I haven't actually done punch needle, but my grandmother did a lot of punch needle. I guess in the early 40s. And one of my sisters did for a while. I've done the rug hooking where not, well, I've done latch hook, but I've done the kind of rug hooking where you use strips of wool fabric and you use it's like a crochet hook with a wooden handle to pull the loops up through the fabric. And I've been thinking the last couple of years, I keep thinking about doing some more of that, but maybe using like hand spun yarn instead of strips of fabric. I've been told that in the US, most of the traditional rug hooking like that is done with fabric strips, and in Canada, a lot of people use yarn. So I feel validated in my desire to do rug hooking with yarn. Exactly what Birding Mom said. Her advice is to go for it and ignore all the advice about having to finish things or feel guilty for having a stash or flitting from project to project. I agree. I you know what? I just follow your heart and your attention span. Birding Mom is a very wise person. She gives lots of good advice. Okay, let's see. I think we're going to do one more purl round, and then we'll just take off on the stockinette. On stream, you can see why you can seem wise. You don't see the crazy. Well, the same can be said for me. I'm sure there are plenty of people who think I'm just a ginormous goofball and a weirdo. Let's not forget weirdo. I don't fit very well in the mainstream weird. Yeah, I got my own weird. And the child is sticking her tongue out at me. Why, I'm not calling you weird. This feels weird in my hands. It's almost like I'm not, it's like it's almost like when if you've ever knit Angora rabbit yarn, it's soft. It's just like you feel like you're holding a cloud or like you're not holding anything. It's not like that exactly because, it's synthetic, but like I said, it's got that kind of softness like microfiber has, where some people are like, ooh, this is really soft, and other people are like, oh, that feels really weird. I can't hear you around my headphones. Yeah, she's saying that she doesn't usually like the feel of soft stuff. And speaking of soft, I don't know where the kitty is. She was down here demanding attention a little while before I started stream. Thank you. Could you pick up that vitamin bottle too, please? I knocked. It goes back here somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, I was fishing in the knitting needles and I knocked it over. It's weird. She keeps talking to me, and well, it's not weird that she's talking to me, but she's talking to me, and I can't hear her. And it's weird that these headphones are very sound canceling. These are the headphones that go with my mic and my what do you call it? My audio mixer. My usual headphones that I just use, that I plug into the computer. It's almost like they accentuate sounds around me or certain frequencies of sound or something. So it's weird when I have those on and people talk to me, I can still hear them. When I have these on and people talk to me, I cannot. I'm not used to it. And Birdie Mom is part of a cat sandwich tonight. They're both being needy today, which is weird. Cat sandwich. We only have one cat, so I can't be a cat sandwich. Okay, where am I? One more needle of pearl, and then we are in the home stretch, so to speak. Yeah, this hat's, I don't think this is going to take very much yarn. I can't even tell I've used any. I didn't look to see. I wonder if it says how many yards there are. It says it has 200 yards. Cat sandwich, I like that. So, I don't know how, I think some of you weren't here when I said this earlier. I found out today that our Christmas market that my small town does in November is possibly not going to happen, because if we are even if we have moved into the green zone by then, the green zone in Pennsylvania only allows gatherings of not more than 100 people, and our festival usually attracts about 5,000. So I'm not holding my breath that that's going to happen, and I'm also not holding my breath about the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, which is in August and September. it will be interesting to see how things continue going forward. This is squishy. It's not bad. I am an admitted natural fiber snob, but I can also admit that this yarn is soft and squishy. Made on the Hook says, yeah, I'm curious how sporting events will look. Yeah. Well, I know that some universities have already, decided to do their fall semester online. So that implies that there's not going to be a football season for at least for those schools. We haven't heard what the high school here is going to do yet, as far as the fall goes. I think they're still waiting to see, like what zone we're in by when. And if we're in the green and you can have groups of not more than 100, does that mean that, having 25 kids in a class will be considered to be fine? Just no assemblies or whatever. We will see. I know that it is going to be a long time before I'm comfortable somewhere like a stadium. That's a lot of people in very close quarters. I'm even thinking about riding in a car with someone who's not a member of my immediate household. I don't know how I feel about that. Even with a mask, I don't know how I feel about that. We'll see. I don't know how long it's going to be before that's going to happen, but I have friends that we share rides to various places. Because what's the point of, everybody driving to this meeting 30 minutes away when we could all pile into one car? Carpooling has always been seen as a good thing, but not right now. Birdie Mom says she thinks it would depend on the person for her. If they aren't cautious or have a family member who isn't, she's not riding with them. Yeah. Yep. And, I some of my friends, based on things I've seen them post on Facebook, I don't think I would ride in the car with them. Not for a good long time. And I just don't know how long it's going to be before I'm going to feel like I don't need to wear a mask when I'm around people. They're just going to have to get used to it. And I was reading a thing on the internet, so, take it with a grain of salt. But that apparently Japan's infection rates are very, very much like a small percentage of what ours have been, even though, they haven't closed businesses and they haven't canceled events. But the thing that's different is that in Japan, everybody's just like, well, of course I'm going to wear a mask. And they are social distancing, even though, in their culture, they're used to a lot less personal space than we are. But they're just like, well, of course I'm going to wear a mask. And I do understand that not everybody can wear a mask. I have friends who have panic attacks after like 30 seconds with a mask on, or who are very, very triggered by the sight of seeing someone else wear a mask. But, if and I wasn't sure, how I was going to feel when I put a mask on. I have asthma, and sometimes it's hard enough to breathe as it is. And when I used to have to wear a respirator when I was doing stained glass, it was very hard to breathe through, and I would have to stop and take it off really frequently. But the cloth masks that I've made that are 2 layers of fabric, I can wear that. And, I walk down to work, which is like, a 3-minute walk, and I feel a little winded. But I'm okay with it on. And if I wasn't, I just wouldn't leave my house. It's as simple as that. Okay, Birding Mom is saying they also shut the country down much earlier and much quicker than we did. Plus, they tested and isolated people. Yeah, and we get so weird about that kind of stuff. Oh, and maybe part of that is just that, as a nation, we always think that nothing's going to touch us. The wars don't happen here. The terrorism doesn't happen here. The pandemics don't happen here. That's the way we have always, as Americans, have tended to view world events, is that they don't apply to us, with the exception of Pearl Harbor and 9/11. And now this. People aren't used to having to deal with stuff. At least that's my thought. I haven't thought this through. So, feel free to point out flaws in my reasoning. But yeah, we were not quick to shut things down. Although when it started to happen, it happened fast. But I think a lot of people didn't see it coming because there was so much foot dragging and humming and hawing about whether this was even a real thing. And then when they got serious, they got serious. Yes, this is definitely soft and squishy. I think it does shed a little tiny bit, so I don't know if I'd use it with babies. But, I think it's be suitable for a toddler, which is about the size this one is going to be. That'll be about a toddler size. Oh, okay. Okay. Right, and I can't have that, so. Okay. The chickens will be happy. They get some boxed macaroni and cheese that nobody else is going to eat. Right, right. We knew in January and didn't shut down until March. Japan acted in January. Yep, because we're special. Well, and I think that that can be seen around the world. The countries that acted quickly have had much lower infection rates than we have. You know, I think I have some sevens and some eights going on here, but I don't think it's going to make that much difference. I keep telling myself it doesn't have to fit any particular person. And with this weird fuzzy yarn, somebody's not going to be able to tell if one needle was one size and one needle was the next size. Because I am not being able to tell them apart by looking. The one that I magnified to see what size it was said it was an 8, but I'm thinking that this one right here is not. I wonder if I can see I don't see an imprint on this one. Oh, wait. Watch, it'll turn out it'll be a 6. Let's try this magnification thing again. I love that my phone has a magnifier on it as my eyesight gets worse and worse. Oh, come on, stop it. Magnify. Sorry, I'm going to blind you guys for just a minute. Now if I can find the darn thing, there it is. Oh, nope, that's a 7. Okay. So I have 7 and 8s. But I think it's going to be fine. I'm sure that it's not, with my eyesight, it's not the first time it's happened. But yeah, you know, and if we had shut things down in January, you know, how much farther through this would we be? How many fewer people would have died? How many fewer people would have gotten sick and now possibly have severe organ damage? I just hope that, you know, if we have when we have a second wave of this, that people will take it more seriously. They estimated today that there would have been 36,000 fewer deaths if we had shut down 1 week earlier. Wow. You know, that's a lot of people. I live in a town of, well, in the borough, I think there are about 400 people in the borough and about 800 people in the in the township. And 36,000 is a lot of people. I think when I lived in Traverse City, which is one of the larger cities in northern Michigan, there were about 30,000 people. So it's like the population of that whole city. Thank you for the follow, Mama Jewel Rose. I appreciate every single follow. Because you know what? You guys are the reason I'm here. And you guys have kept me sane through this whole thing. Or as sane as I can be kept. Made on the Hook, thank you for the biddies. Oh, and I was going to say, did they fall in the cup? It looks like they did. I see the little hearts. Thank you. You guys are so awesome. It takes so long between something showing up in chat and then showing on my alerts. I guess the alert information has to get from Twitch to Streamlabs. Oh, excuse me. Made on the Hook, working on some orders, so I'ma be lurking. How's that dolphin going? I ask as she's trying to lurk. Wow, I'm actually feeling kind of sleepy. I wonder if I'm going to be able to fall asleep earlier tonight. It'd be lovely. And to sleep the, night or day or whatever through instead of, waking up every hour. You missed my question. I asked, how was the dolphin going? And then I laughed because, that's just like me to ask you a question when you're trying to lurk. Almost finished that. You're fast. Because you just finished that lamb. When I did get to sleep last night, I was dreaming about trying to figure out how to get to my sister's house. And I think that's because right now they're surrounded by water on three sides. And so that was probably my subconscious, trying to process that information. Most of my family is in the part of Michigan that is currently under a lot of water. Although they are not. They are so far still dry, but surrounded by water on three sides and waiting to hear if all that really needs to happen is another dike to break, and then they'll be evacuated too. You hardly ever dream. I go through phases or periods of time where sometimes I remember dreaming every night, and then I'll go for long periods of time where I don't remember any dreams at all. They say that we always dream, but we don't always remember. And some people never remember their dreams. But I don't know how they know that we always dream. I guess we always experience REM sleep, which is where dreams are supposed to happen. So if you don't have REM dreams, that can cause problems. Although they also say that you don't enter REM sleep until you've been sleeping a certain amount of time. It's usually later in the sleep cycle. And I can doze off for 5 minutes and have a dream that seems like it went on for days. So I don't know how that factors into that. Streamlabs doesn't recognize the emotes you used, Birding Mom. Cross fingers for my family. Thank you. I talked to my sisters. I have two sisters there, and my mom, and some aunts and uncles and cousins in that area as well. And my sisters at least, they're the only ones I've talked to, don't seem panicked, but they're used to water. They live in an area where every house has a sump pump and a sump well, and like here nobody does. Here they can get water, like in their yard can be a lake anytime it rains hard. And the rivers in the area, they're in the Saginaw Valley, which is one of the valleys that were carved by the glaciers in Michigan during the last ice age. And there are a lot of rivers, and the rivers are a network, just I guess anywhere rivers network together, but their watershed is a wet one. And as the dams failed on the two dams on the Tittabawassee failed, releasing the lakes that they held back, and that water went, wherever it could find to go, and then that works its way to another river in the watershed, and then works its way to another, and my one sister said when she was coming back from picking her son up at work this evening that the river nearest them was over its banks and into people's yards, but didn't appear to be endangering any homes yet. And so they're not sure, or if they were to get more rain at this point, what would happen? Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated. I'm not sure that I've ever heard of flooding this extreme there before. And this is where my family has been for, 150 years. So like I said, they have water on 3 sides of them. But they were still fine. They have a way out so far. A lot of people so far have been flooded by boat, have been evacuated by boat. Where my family is, they think that if they get evacuated, they'll be able to drive out. But there are, and I was saying this earlier, so I'm sorry if you're hearing a repeat, the Tittabawassee River, which is the river on which the 2 dams failed, which then drained Sanford Lake and Wixom Lake. If you're familiar with those areas at all, or if you had any desire to Google. Forgot what I said. Oh, on the Tittabawassee River. And one of my sisters said that all the bridges on the Tittabawassee River are either washed away or closed right now. So I'm thinking that even once the water clears, there's still going to be some transportation issues. Because the dams were probably younger and maintained. Yeah, you know what? And I don't know. I couldn't answer that question. But like what the hell? I'm not even gonna say. I was gonna say what else can go wrong this year. I'm not even gonna ask that question. Just not even gonna ask. Because, the next thing you know, we'll have Godzilla climbing up out of the ocean or something. But they just had, and like I said, I've never heard of flooding like this in that area before. But they just have had so much rain. Yeah, seriously, made on the hook. What's it going to be? Godzilla? I saw something on Facebook today about flamethrower squirrels arriving from I forget where. it's, it's like, what? At least it hasn't been zombies. We've always talked about the zombie apocalypse. At least it's not zombies. Yet. I've watched way too many zombie movies. There, knocked on wood. And at least we still have the internet. We've got the grid, we've got the internet. Things would be a lot worse if we You know, if it's the power plants went down because there weren't people were too sick to work or whatever, what would happen then? And what would happen if there wasn't, if too many people were sick and there wasn't anybody to work the nuclear power plants? Those things have to be maintained like 24/7. Wrong. Birding Mom says wrong. We got a zombie bird we just found in the U.S. It was extinct and it just re-evolved itself. What the heck? Uh-oh. I skipped a needle. I think it's like, what the heck? I'm apparently not paying attention. That's not like me. So what bird was extinct and it came back? And how the heck does something re-evolve itself? Okay, let's try this again. We'll go knit on this needle now. But yeah, but at least we don't have Walking Dead. So long as this zombie bird is not, gonna attack me and give me its zombie virus, then I'm okay with it being back. Very cool. Okay, this is starting to go faster now. So Birding Mom said, nature is wonderful. There was a niche and decided to fill it again. She's looking it up. Sorry, not in the US, but I don't know how to say that. Seychelles with the Aldabra white-throated rail went extinct 136,000 years ago when the island was submerged and only known in fossils, just discovered to have evolved to being flightless again. Wow. Well, I was thinking, this was maybe something that had gone extinct, maybe 100 years ago, and thinking that was pretty fast for evolution, but 136,000 years is probably sufficient. I'm not a biologist or anything, but that'd be my uneducated guess. That is so very cool. Just so long as dinosaurs don't re-evolve. No T-Rexes. Unless they're the size of my chickens, and then, because chickens are supposed to be the closest still living, I was going to say ancestor, that's not right, a descendant or relative of T-Rex. So I have tiny dinosaurs in my backyard. I don't want any big dinosaurs. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. That sounds very cool. If you ever see, there's another one I don't know how to pronounce, Chacalaca in Texas, they are dinos. Is that the same as the chupacabra? Probably not. See, all this stuff I have to go Google things after my stream, because you guys talk about interesting things and I have to go find out more. Aldabra white-throated rail. I have to find that. Oh, yeah, chupacabra is a mammal. Kind of dog-cat thing is supposedly a myth. Yeah, they're presented as a myth, but I know people who think they're real, so I'm leaving my mind open. Same with Godzilla, leaving my mind open. Probably not real, but, And, zombies probably aren't real, but better to keep your mind open. Be prepared. Chacalacas are actual birds, a kind of wildfowl that lives on the U.S.-Mexico border. Huh. Okay, I have to look. I don't have a fancy browser screen that'll open on my stream because I haven't figured that out yet. I kind of know how to do it, but I haven't done it yet. So y'all just have to wait. Okay. Google. Images. Nope, Oh, I didn't spell it right. Oh, yep. Wow, those are very elegant looking. And we'll open another window. We'll check out that white throated rail. Alrighty, so now I have pages open on both of those. And I can go back and look, and I'd have to say, what the heck was that thing I was going to look up? Thank you, Birding Mom, for both of those bits of information. Okay, now I'll knit some more. And she says, they don't look that elegant coming through the brush, but like any weird dino birds. But like tiny weird dino birds. Yeah. Well, have you ever seen a chicken run across? See, I laugh just thinking about it. When the chicken decides that they need to be over there 10 minutes ago. It's hilarious. But very much like how a Tyrannosaurus Rex is believed to move if it didn't have a long tail. I saw some very cool videos on YouTube at one point comparing chickens to dinosaurs. I love that. They don't look elegant coming through the brush. Tiny weird dino birds. And on Google Images, on some of the pictures, they look, their faces looked, and their eyes in particular, looked very raptor-like. Well, I guess that ball of yarn is starting to look a little smaller. Not much, though. Although I guess that's not a very big hat, so. Birding Mom says I was very lucky to bird the Tex-Mex border before we started this wall nonsense. Yeah, like, what kind of disruption of wildlife is that probably causing? That's very cool. I only ever did any active birding in Michigan. In the 8th grade, I took an ornithology class, and that was very cool, and actually learned how to pronounce the word. The next semester, they changed changed the name of the class to bird study because people couldn't wrap their brains around it. And that was really cool. I learned a ton about, the local bird life. And then when I was living in northern Michigan, I had a lot of friends who were birders, and they would drag me out. Come on, we're going birding. Okay, I'll go. I haven't done any here in western Pennsylvania. Although if I see a bird I don't recognize, or if I hear a call I don't recognize, I try to get more information. We have a lot of robins. There is a pair of mourning doves nesting on my roof or in the eaves or something on the edge of the side of the house. And a robin, a little mama robin that builds a nest on our deck every year, whether we like it or not. She scolds us. She's got 2 little wide-mouthed babies in there right now. Creepy looking little things. Why aren't they born all fluffy and cute like baby chicks? It would be cool to go birding. I need new glasses first. I can't see anything in front of my face. And I would need someone with me who knew what they were doing. When we lived in our apartment in the next little town over, we would have mockingbirds every year. And I have not heard any since we've been in our house here. I kind of miss them. I don't miss them singing all night long, but I miss them being around. You can take your glasses off when you look through binoculars. A lot of your friends do. Start with the beginning bird walks with the local Audubon. I should check into that because I haven't been out much in Pennsylvania, and I've lived here 20 years. When I lived in Michigan, it's like my friends and I always hiked and went to beaches and did outdoor stuff. Since I've lived here, I've done very little of that. Of course, here there are more ticks and there are poisonous snakes. but yeah, and I know there are Audubon people around here, so I should look into that. And that makes sense. I never thought about, you know, taking my glasses off to use binoculars and then just focus them. That makes perfect sense. I just looked at my stream on the Twitch app, and there's quite a lot of lag or delay or whatever you want to call it. Maiden hook, maiden hook, maid on the hook says that she didn't notice. Well, that's good. It's weird though when I, like I click on, put my knitting down and click on the Twitch tab and see my hands still knitting. Well, and my connection looks good. So if you guys, both of you guys didn't notice anything, I'm not going to worry about it. Our internet did go out for about 10 minutes earlier this evening. I was a little concerned, but you know it's been doing that. It's done that a couple of times in the last several weeks, where it's gone out and been out for like 10 or 15 minutes and then come back. And I thought it was just me. I was watching somebody stream and well, I had someone on in there and I was doing something on another window. And she stopped talking and I was like, wonder what? And I was like, oh, I don't have a connection. And I thought it was just me. And then my husband texted me and said his was out too. So I wonder if there's still just a lot of traffic. Although, you know, a lot of people have gone back to work, so it would seem like that may have settled down. Although I wonder if a lot of people, you know, I don't know if the color phases here are the same, you know, if it's a national thing or just a state thing, but here, you know, we're in the yellow and people are still supposed to be working from home as much as possible. So maybe a lot of people are still working over the internet. Pardon me, I seem to have the yawns tonight. Pardon me. I don't know if you heard that or not, but pardon me. See, and people have just come in. Sorry if the first thing you heard is my body making weird noises. I think we're having a little bit of a chill stream tonight. Well, we've had some conversation, but it's been pretty quiet. should probably, forgetting that I'm making a lot smaller hat than usual. And Birdie Mom says, okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, all, and thanks for streaming. We will see you. I won't be here tomorrow night. I'll be back Sunday, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And I'm going to take a break in a minute. But have a good night, Burning Mom, and we'll see you another time. Since this is a smaller hat than usual, I should probably go ahead and start decreasing for the crown, or whatever that thing's called, the crown. But I'm going to take a short break and get up and stretch and use the loo and I was going to say top off my drink, but it's still fine. Be a good time for all of y'all to do the same, or to stay and chat amongst yourselves, or keep working on your projects or whatever you're doing. And I will be back in the vicinity of 10 minutes or so. And we're back. Okie dokie, let me... Oh. Okay. Now, I'll start the decreases. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Knit 2 together. Whoops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Four, 5, 6. I wonder why they discontinued this yarn. I wouldn't have minded having it in a bunch of different colors for donation knitting. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And an even round. Anybody working on anything tonight that they want to talk about? Or how stuff is where you are? Anybody from Michigan here tonight? And if so, how are things where you are? I hope everybody is safe. One, two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And another even round. Yep, it definitely does shed a little. I don't know if you can see the fibers. So I don't know that I'd use this yarn for a baby. But it's discontinued yarn, so it's not like people can run out and buy more. I say toddler safe probably, but I'd be worried about the shedding fibers with a baby. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Okay. What the heck? Have I not been doing my decreases on this row? Or this needle? Perhaps I have not. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the yarn this crazy, we can fudge on the crown decreases and it's going to be just fine. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, we should be back to the correct number of stitches on that last needle. I think that's a rather cute little hat. It's the 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 fuzzies that look kind of purple on camera are actually a little more pink, like through there, through there. It's a little more pink in real life. Okay, where were we? I think we're on knit 2. Yep. Knit 2. Knit 2 together. Knit 2. Knit 2 together and knit 2. Knit 2 together. Oops. And knit even around. And we're getting closer to the end. Knit 1, knit 2 together. And one more even round. And knit 2 together. Okay, next question is, can I break this yarn or do I need to cut it? Oh, no, we can break it. Okay. There is one kid hat. Soft and fuzzy. Okay. And we've got about a half an hour left. Let's see, maybe I'll start another one. Blue or green? Maybe we'll do a green one. Same size or a little bigger? Maybe we'll go up one repeat. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This yarn feels, the green feels a little different. That's weird. Same yarn. Although I've noticed the same thing with some other yarns, especially like Red Heart Super Saver. It's like, sometimes it's it's an acrylic yarn, whatever, and other times it's like, oh, this is really crunchy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3. Okay, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Am I putting you guys to sleep? Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alrighty. Join. Being careful to not twist stitches, as they say. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're going to do the same garter stitch brim. So knit one round and purl one round until it's as tall as we want it to be. Yeah, see, it gets quiet this time of night. People start dropping off. And then about 5 minutes before I'm about to log off, then a bunch of people come in. That's okay. People drifting off to bed. It's quiet in here. And yes, I know I could pull from the center of the skein, but I hate when they get about halfway. The ball gets about halfway gone and it starts to collapse on itself and tangle up. So I would rather wrestle with unwinding from the outside. Well, not that I'm getting a little more knit. I guess it feels the same. It didn't feel as soft. But now that it's getting some mass and I can feel the squishiness, I can feel it. See who's still here. Oh, we're rising again. Let's see who's still here. Who of these are real people? I see some. Okay. Well then, never mind. But just keep going. We've got about 15 more minutes unless people get chatty. Again, sometimes if people get chatty, then, I'll just stay a little longer. If not, that's fine. Okay, so for anyone who wasn't here earlier, excuse me, I was given some yarn that was meant for, it was donated to me to be used for donated stuff. So made a kid hat. I have 3 or 4 balls of the blue and 2 balls of the green. So now I'm making another kid hat. This one's a little bit bigger than that one. It's been a pretty chill night tonight. We did have some discussion, some interesting discussion, and it's been fairly mellow. In theory, I should have been able to finish 2 of these hats during my 4 hours of streaming, but as is common, too much talking and not enough knitting. guys got anything you want me to talk about for the last, I don't know, the last 10 minutes or so? Some of you have been here the whole time. I don't want to bore you to death talking about the same stuff we already talked about. Oh, I don't remember if I mentioned when I was talking to the new neighbor yesterday. She said she saw a deer right here in town the other morning. So I guess I'll add my little town to the list of towns where the wildlife is returning because the people aren't going out much. Whoops, here. Smack you in the face with my ball of yarn. We did have a juvenile black bear, excuse me, a summer or two ago that was hanging out for about a week, which really surprised me. Hopefully his mama came and got him. Huh. I thought I just heard a rooster outside. I don't have a rooster anymore. I hope none of my hens have decided that they're going to take over crowing. Oh, it's possible that the housemaid is still up and on his computer. He might be watching chicken videos. Oh, yep, he's definitely still up. I can hear him in there. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Excuse me. So far, this has going faster than the first one did. Getting the hang of the yarn. And these needles. Oh, well, yeah, because I forgot I changed and switched out needles like twice. Yeah, these needles definitely are working better than the other two sizes did. Lengths, I should say. One was too long and one was too short, and these are just right. At least just right for over the table and under the camera. So I am going to see what I can do to get some more spinning ready for next week. And I'm going to be spending the weekend figuring out some more stuff about how I'm going to set up. I still need to get the table desk thing. And the then I have to move around some furniture and sort through a mountain of spinning stuff. And then I can get the pewter out of the box and get the new monitor out of the box and get her all set up, and then figure out camera angles and stuff. And lights are gonna be the lighting is gonna take a little figuring out, because where I'm gonna move my streaming setup is in a corner where right here I've got one of the living room lights to one side of me and the dining room ceiling lights to the other side of me, and it lights this stuff up pretty well, but I'm gonna be off into a corner. Oops, I'm supposed to be purling on this round. So, but I'll figure something out. It'll be okay. Yeah, this is a pain in the butt to unknit. I'm glad I don't have like a whole big section I have to rip out. Like rows and rows and rows, it'd be a drag. Dropped a stitch on the way across. Some of these songs just stop so abruptly. Stop grabbing the hat there. Hey, Raiders. Oh no, host. Hey, thanks for the host. With 16 viewers. Well, you've caught me just about at the end, but I can stay and hang out a little while longer if you guys are interested. Thanks for the host. So, Jay Hobo, what were you doing on your stream? And how'd that go? And what's everybody up to? I am working on children's hats to be donated. It's actually amazingly squishy soft. It's not itchy at all. It's I think it's got some of that microfiber stuff in it. But someone gave me the yarn with the intent that it be used for hats to be donated. And thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. So that's what I'm doing with it. But it's really, really soft. This is like, you could put it on a naked baby soft. So I typically I either spin or knit on stream. Usually I um usually I knit with hand spun yarn unless it's for donations because I prefer to use washable, launderable yarn for things that are for charity because I'd hate for someone who really, really needed a hat or a child who really, really, really needed mittens, and this might be the only one they get this year, to have it ruined when it got washed because somebody didn't know, that it needed to be taken care of a certain way. So this way, somebody can throw this in the washer and dryer and it'll be fine. But I typically do work with hand spun, usually my own hand spun. It's my intent to weave on stream eventually when I get the logistics of pointing the camera and the lights at a loom figured out. So what were you guys up to tonight? Needs some fancy lighting like a disco ball. I'm more of a granola muffin than a disco ball kind of a person, but yeah, they could be fun. And we've been pretty chill in here tonight. We do get into some pretty deep philosophical discussions some nights. Tonight we've been kind of laid back. Why, thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you so much for the host. So it is about the time I usually look for somebody to raid. Yeah, you know what? I think I agree with you that I've not seen as many people as usual streaming, at least not on my followers list. And the viewer counts have been, although my viewer counts have been pretty good. It starts to wind down. Well, see, it's about 3 a.m. here right now. After about like 2:15, the number starts to creep down. They're out there hunting for gummy candy. I think people are just fatigued. We've been sitting home trying to amuse ourselves for a long time now. So yeah, and there's just all this weird shit going on all over the place. I was saying earlier, I was talking to two of my sisters earlier this evening. My family all lives in Michigan, way too near to where all the flooding has happened, and they're right this minute. They're surrounded by water on three sides, waiting to find out if they need to evacuate. And it's like, what next? Have we not had enough this year already? In Michigan, in the central part of the Lower Peninsula, a day or two ago, 2 dams on the Tittabawassee River failed, and the lakes that were backed up behind that is Sanford Lake and Wixom Lake. If you're familiar with Michigan at all, it flowed out, covered the land. Yesterday, at some point on it's Friday morning now? At some point on Wednesday, I heard that 10,000 people had been evacuated from their homes. And I know it's been more than that because in the afternoon when I was talking to my sisters, there had been I was going to say a levee break. Michigan doesn't have levees. Michigan has dikes in some places, and a dike had broken, and there were more people being evacuated. So it's pretty intense in lower Michigan right now. So if any of you are from Michigan, I'm from Michigan. I grew up in the Navy, so I'm from a lot of places. But my family has been in Michigan for about the last 150 years. And that's where most of my family is now. I'm the black sheep of the family. And I wandered away, and I have one nephew who's a black sheep and wandered away. But a friend who used to be in Michigan, do you know what part of Michigan by any chance? A lot of Michigan's Lower Peninsula is a valley that was dug by the glaciers in the last ice age. And there are a lot of rivers, a network of rivers. And it's often wet there. It's low-lying, and the rivers often, exceed their banks, but, 2 dams on such a large river failing at the same time is catastrophic. Can't remember. That's okay. I don't know where all my friends live in their various states either. But yeah, just on top of everything else everybody's having to deal with. It just sucks. And Michigan is still kind of locked down from the quarantine too. More so than some states. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there are a ton of videos on YouTube. I was watching them yesterday afternoon. However you count time based on what part of the world you're in. Thursday afternoon, and it was so weird. I don't know. Looking at places that I'm familiar with, just totally underwater, and we get flooding. I'm in western Pennsylvania. And we're in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, and we get flooding here, but it's flash flooding. It's not like, the levee broke and, the levee broke, I hope you can swim. Ours is like flash flooding, just go to high ground and you're fine. And the places that are flooding in Michigan right now, you might have to go 100 miles before you find high ground, so. You live on planet Jupiter. Okay. I like Jupiter. I've always wondered about what it'd be like to go there. So y'all seem pretty friendly. It's a 5 years trip. Yeah. It's hot but good. Okay. Well, I've been on for a little over 4 hours, and I hate to, get hosted and run, but I'm going to take a look and see if there's anybody that we can raid. Let's see. Alien Streams is crocheting a beanie. Crafty Handy says she doesn't know what she's doing tonight. Squish Beans is doing a dragon diamond painting. Camilla Scarlet is cross-stitching on a tile magnet. Wow Grandma is playing World of Warcraft, as always. And Cora is doing Twitch Sings. Does any of that sound good? Or I could just sign off and we could let AutoHost pick something up if there's anything on there. Let's make somebody happy or nervous. Okay, raid. Well, let's see. Let me look again. Let's see. How about Squish Beans? How do you guys feel about diamond paintings? She's doing a diamond painting of a dragon. Alrighty, let's go give her a heart attack then. Let me type this in. But thanks for coming in, you guys. It's always so much fun to get rated or hosted by a group. And I really appreciate it. Okay, we've got 13. And here we go.
We just like to hang out and have a fun, chill time here. Whoa! We're getting hit with everybody tonight.